Alright, hey Fangang, hope we're having a fantastic Saturday. Why am I hearing doublespeak? Hold on. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna put us back to the beginning. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I am a fool. Anyways, I'm a double fool. I forgot to put us back here. Okay, today, yeah. Sorry, no honka. I don't feel like playing a video game today. We're gonna do some writing today, cause that's fun. That's my main hobby. Let me put chat over here. Yeah, right above my head. Right where my hogging can block it. Yeah. Hey, KZ. Hope you're both having a great weekend so far. How's it going for you? Let's see. Yeah, we writing. Oh, this is just me getting the text formatted on the screen. Title for the title page. Title. That's how you know it's a title. I need a... This is going to be a much more chill stream where I'm mostly just going to be talking to myself while writing. So kind of ASMR. I've been having a great Saturday so far. I've just been vibing out. It's great. I got Outback Steakhouse for lunch because it's my dad's birthday. Oh my god. Outback has always been pretty good, but they've really upped their game in recent years. It's great. I can inhale an entire ass bloomin' onion by myself. I don't. I'm very self-conscious about how fast I eat a bloomin' onion, so I don't. Let's see. Admin page for the adminning of notes. Where's... Oh my god. This might also be a molding stream about how much I hate Microsoft Word. Unironically. It just gets worse and worse, and they actually... Microsoft had the absolute gall. The gall! To up my Microsoft 365 subscription to $99 a year, saying they added so much more value. It was at like 60. It's like, you motherfuckers, you've been devaluing your platform. Actual writing. Story. Let's see. And the background music today is Ivan Dutch. He's a really cool royalty-free guy for fantasy music stuff that I found from GMing over the years. You can go check that out. I'll say, yeah, writing. Well, I used to do a lot of writing. Ever since I got burnt out last year, around August, I think. I don't know, getting burnt out on writing is like heat stroke for me, where it messes with how you regulate yourself, and I've been really inconsistent since then. But it used to be my main hobby. I used to write so much every day. I'm trying to get back on it. But I want to write something different than what I usually do. So I'm just gonna dive in. We're gonna see where I've been inspired by Conan the Barbarian lately, and Sword and Sorcery. And I've had an idea stuck in my head for a while that I've been playing on the back burner. I knew I wanted to do something with... This is just me talking to myself at this point. I knew I wanted to do something with, but I never knew what. So I figured this is a good chance to play with it. Because so my intellectual junk food is conspiracy theories. I love it. I fucking adore it. And I wouldn't really categorize... It would be unfair to categorize Graham Hancock as a conspiracy theorist. Randall Carlson, you can make a case for him being a conspiracy theorist. But that would also be a little unfair and ungenerous. but they're big advocates of there being a peopling of the Americas before what conventional history says, and specifically the Younger Dryas impact theory, where an asteroid impact or something basically blew up and did a mass melting of the ice caps or the glacial sheets that were covering North America at the time, which caused the worldwide floods or something like that. That was just really cool to me. Writing is a thankless mistress, at least it has been for you. Uh, you have to be of the mindset that the journey is its own reward when it comes to writing. That's how I approach it. When I write, I treat it like I drive. I'm looking at where I'm going, not at what I'm doing at the moment. Like instead of what's right in front of me, right in front of my hood, I'm looking at my destination. I'm just going towards that and enjoying the journey as much as I can. I also don't put much expectation at all in my writing. It's a hobby. I started writing in 2020 when the pandemic started because it was like my happy place at work. I could just chill out, shut out the world for a while. It's like my Bob Ross zone. I'd write happy little trees and shit. It was great. And that turned into writing little RPG narrative quest things in Discord with friends and stuff over the years. But I also, every now and then I write independent little shorts. Nothing great, just random stuff. But yeah, it's a nice creative outlet. Or it has been for me. Now I actually need to write. Let's see. Back to admin. Characters. Heading to Sun. I need a unique tag. 001. MC, okay. That's just for my own internal use for a character because I don't have a name yet. Don't mind me. This is gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be a much different stream than usual. We're vibing today. I'm actually turning up the music a little bit. Just a little bit. As a treat. Yeah. I love Ivan Dutch's music. He does so much good stuff. He's so underrated. I feel bad because earlier, I mentioned, I think a week or two ago, that I've been having a new model, a 2.0 model cooked in the background. And I feel bad because I reached out to Ivan Dutch, like, see about getting some BGM for my streams from him for it. And I haven't been able to move forward with it because it's just such a long process getting a new model made from scratch. Okay. Alright, I'm seeing a scene. It's inside of a cave, only lit by a small forge with embers dying. It's Ice Age outside, gusts of snow blowing in. One guy. Skulls. He's doing a... Oh, shit. What's the name of that? The bone carving tradition in the Arctic tribes. There's a specific word for it. I've used it a couple of times in other stuff. Arctic tribe bone carving. Let's see. What is the name for it, though? I know it's called carving. Scrimshaw. Let me double check. Scrimshaw. Yes, Scrimshaw. Okay. The guy is doing Scrimshaw on a skull. He has... older skulls that have already been scrimshawed. The scrimshaw is inlaid with fine silver and gold filaments. Okay. Forge or furnace? Not a forge. What's the difference? Furnace meaning enclosure in which yeah, furnace, not forge. Furnace isn't the strong first word. Embers. What is... I hate my neighbors with their motorcycles. Every hour of every day they're racing. What's the name of the canister used in a furnace to melt metal? What's the name of the canister used to melt metals in a furnace? Why am I asking Google? I should just ask Grok. Grok is such a better multi-purpose ask machine than Google is. Google sucks. Where's Grok? There you are, Grok. What is the name of a canister used to melt metals in a furnace? A crucible. Crucibles lay on the stone hearth. Sailing it to the cave. The shadow. Crevice. Shelter. Cavern. Arctic gales. Puffed. Puff. Lungfuls of... and... noodles of ice. Against the warm yet. Yeah, dying. There's a better way to say that. I'm not sure what it is. Over and around, round and over. Round and over. In. Record pause. No, that might be misconstrued as a fucking furry. Haggard. Palms. Fingers. Groping. The newly finished Grimshaw. Back up here. What do you call the tools of an artificer? Do you call the tools of an artificer? Crucible forge, hammer's tongue, chisel file, iris cutters, saws, drills, artisan's tools, implements. Tools. Okay, again. Of long for gun artifice. Breast bundled and silken cloth? What does filigree mean? Filigree meaning no, that would be for the scrimshaw. Silken bundles. Dying. The linen or hemp would also be common, yes. But these are silken or different. These tools are different. They are relics of generations past that are lost. Refracted or reflected? What's the difference? Grok! Grok! What is the difference? Velvet is a little bit too fancy. In Western. What is the difference between refracted and reflected? I think refracted is scattering. Refraction is when it bends due to change in its speed. So it would just be reflected. Okay. Refraction would be like going through water or gas. Casting silver and golden. Across mossy. Green lichen. What's a fancier word for green? Dark green, timber green. Green. Verdant? That sounds a little bit too rich. There's literally a hex code called lichen green that is exactly what I want, but it feels weird saying lichen green as a color when it's just actual lichen on the walls. That seems like taking 5 extra steps to describe the damn thing. Okay. Cross. Pale lichen. Lavender. Fancy. I don't know, lavender stone. Blue. Tendrils of ice. Lungfuls 1L. Long forgotten hyphen. Okay. Embers flared from the furnace, cracking from the crackling. Vanilla. Crackling from the root of the fire and sparking out from the gentle smoke. 2 crucibles lay on the stone hearth, long dead. Tools, archaic implements of long forgotten artifice. I'm missing a verb. Missing a verb. Tools, archaic implements of long forgotten artifice. Something put to rest in silken bundles. Already. We're already. Tools, archaic implements of long-forgotten artifice were already put to rest in silken bundles. The dying light of the fire bounded off filament spools, casting silver and golden bands across pale lichen, lavender stone, encroaching white and blue tendrils of ice. Battling its way into the cavern, arctic gales puffed lungfuls of snowdrift and needles of ice. That's redundant now, 2 ices. Frosty needles. There we go. Frosty needles. Yep. Ice to frost. You're in my head. Battling its way into the cavern, Arctic gales puff lungfuls of snowdrift and frosty needles against the warm, yet dying haze. It's too wordy. Warm yet dying. Guttering? Let me double check the meaning on that. Guttering meaning. Verb. Adverb. Flickering. About to be extinguished. Yes, guttering. Guttering haze. Gasping. Comma gasping. Puffed lungfuls of snowdrift and frosty needles against the guttering, gasping haze. He turned his father's skull round and over in haggard palms, fingering along the newly finished scrimshaw. Bejeweled. Gasping fire. Remove gasping from up here. These are expected rights. Not defilement, although I guess that depends on your point of view, which is part of the fun. Is every passing year the correct phrase when you're at the top of the world? Because in the Arctic, you basically get stuck with kind of two seasons, don't you? The one season where there's no sun and another season where there's just sun, because the sun doesn't set right there. Am I misremembering? Oh, let's ask Grok. Grok! How often does the sun set a year at the North Pole? At the North Pole, the sun sets once a year due to the Earth's axial tilt. The North Pole experiences a unique phenomena. Where the sun remains above the horizon for about 6 months, from the spring equinox, around March 20th, to the autumn equinox, September, creating a continuous polar day. Then it sets once around autumn equinox and stays below the horizon for about 6 months, resulting in a continuous polar night. Therefore, there is only one sunset per year at the North Pole. Okay, so my scattered memory managed to dredge that out, and I was correct. Every passing. I want to say sunset, but then that would confuse readers. The hypothetical reader, who would assume there's a sunset every day and not once a year. And if I say every passing sunset, then I have to bend over backwards and go to great lengths to clarify and explain the logistics of how there's only one sunset a year in the deep Arctic. That's a bit much of a commitment. As much as I like the idea of saying just every passing day. Sun year? I see where you're going with sun year, but I feel like that would add more confusion rather than clarify. I could just tank it with a paragraph explaining it. And I could use that paragraph to add a little bit of legwork, the minimum of exposition for how we got here. Alright. Every passing sun. Every setting sun. Song. Long day and night. That's a valid way to say it. It's a bit inelegant and modern. And also, I don't want to say overused. Because this is a corner of fiction that's a niche within a niche within a niche, but whenever someone writes about Arctic shit, they always go, oh, the long night, ugh. I'll just put a paragraph of legwork into explaining. Explain thyself, author! I don't think I've pogged out on stream in a while about how much I fucking love my standing desk. About 2 months ago, I just lost a weekend upgrading my desk from its old IKEA legs to having a motorized thing so I can go between sitting and standing. And now, on the rare days I get to write at home on a day off, I get to stand and not just sit for 24 hours a day. It's great. Until I get tired. And then I sit and be lazy for... I'll stand 1 hour and sit for 7. It's a good shift. For every setting sun. I need to get back in this. Oedipus. He turned his father's skull round and over. There's a more elegant way to say this. Round and over. Over and round. Round and round, over and over. Scalp over chin. That could work. Scalp over chin. That's descriptive and specific without losing the hypothetical reader in jargon. How do you guys feel about that? Turning the skull over, scalp over chin? Does that track in your heads? Or crown over chin? Crown would be better, because I think scalp is like the skin on the top of your head, your skull. Maybe. But crown is a funner word. And also echoes the silver and gold that's been laid into the scrimshaw. I need to describe that it was laid into the scrimshaw more. Are they turning the skull to... they're just examining it. So they're turning it over and around, looking over their work in review. And studying it. The work on the skull, that is. I need hyphens. Crown over chin. Pillow? A wet pillow. Resting within a mess of embroidery from they were unpackaged. For a half dozen, they saw more than sunset a year. The oldest half dozen ancestors. They knew or witnessed for the witnessed with an E. More than one. Let's see. Oh shit, this is getting into family tree logistics, which is an existential nightmare of hard fantasy writing. Fucking lineages. How to describe a dozen generations of skulls without losing place or the reader along the way. Then the The skull of the 6th generation in exile lays bare the Arctic trajectory. Laid written in silver and gold filament, chiseled into that ancestor's skull by his son, the 7th generation. That could work. How long have they been here? They are nomads. They're not here specifically, but they've been... This process has been going on for a dozen generations. Hand wave. A dozen. A baker's dozen or a regular dozen? I'll let you decide. Wait, what did I just say? I had something cooking. Oh shit. What did I just say about the 6th generation skull? God, that was out my mouth and out of my head. The 6th generation in exile. Then the skull of the 6th? That sounds weird, but I also pronounce stuff weird. 6th. Generation in exile. 6th. Generation in exile. With its... I don't want to say plan. Plan is too plain. With its... Shaw inlaid by the 7th. Written in royal glyphs. Hieroglyphs? What's hieroglyph specifically? Hieroglyph. Wikipedia. Wikipedia will tell me what the category is. Logographic? In a written language, a logogram, that which is drawn or written. Logograph. The royal logog... This is getting really... The royal lexicograph. That's... Written in... Tarnished. I don't know if gold tarnishes, but I'm gonna say it. It's my gold. I can say if it's tarnished or not. So of silver and gold. Trace out. Thing of Arctic escape. I'm seeing you putting stuff in chat. I'll get to it after this. I have to assault through this paragraph before I lose my place again. Written in Royal Lexicograph, Tarnished Lines, Arctic Escape. Elucidation meaning. Elucidation meaning. Oh, would not be. How do I? Wouldn't be Twitch without a bot. Report for the spam. See ya. Bots. It's is bot. Submit. Block. Donezo. And ban. What was it? Elucidation meaning. Making clear. Refusing. Denying. Denying elucidation on the seventh generation. Skull. Scrim by the 8th. Work as to the present. 2 is this man to that. Their ancestors. Okay, let me untypo, unfuck this, and then I'll check chat. Lexicograph, fuck you. Lexicograph is perfectly fine. Grammarly. Skulls were. I like ever. Leave my ever alone. Since the 7th generations. Capital G. Scrimshawed by 8th, comma the. Okay, let me read through this. A dozen skulls, each resting with a nest of embroidery from which they were unpackaged. For the eldest half-dozen ancestors, they witnessed more than one sunset a year than the skull of the 6th generation in exile, with its scrimshaw inlaid by the 7th, written in Royal Lexicograph. Tarnished lines of silver and gold trace out the beginnings of an Arctic escape. The first skulls were ever vague, denying elucidation on the cause of flight. Since the 7th generation skull, scrimshot by the 8th. The quality of the work has declined to the present, to his father's skull, joining their ancestors. Okay, now I'm gonna look at chat. The progenitor in exile in 5 after. In 5 after. I kind of like that. And whatever after. Procession unbroken. It's a good phrase. Gold jewelry tarnishes because it's mixed with things. Yeah, okay, so because it's gold alloys. So I guess my memory picked that out because I'm guessing pure elemental gold does not tarnish, but alloys will. I'm guessing. How do I feel about this paragraph? There's something in there that made me pause. Then the skull of the 6th. Royal generation. 6th royal generation exile or 6th generation in royal exile? Dare I adverb? Eat my entire ass, Stephen King. In royal exile. I don't know if that's an adverb. I don't know what the fuck an adverb is. I cannot even remember how many years it's been since I've taken a English lit class or just an English class. I don't. What the fuck is even an adjective? What the fuck is an adverb? I don't know these things. I just write. I sling words. I'm American, not British. I'm not supposed to know English. I just abuse it. Okay, so that's my legwork paragraph. Describe Scrimshaw, I kinda did. With giving some detail on the ancestor skulls. Now for the current plan. No, the plan before the new one. We speak American. Specifically, we speak Southern American, which is, to my understanding, British Knight Corps. So I hear. I don't know. I just heard that at one point and it made me laugh. It made me giggle. Southern American is Knight Corps British. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds funny as hell. Peepaw skull plan. Skull plan. Okay. We have this scene. We have what is happening. We have how we got here. Now we're going to have where we were going. Oh, where's my mouse pad? My scroll is getting... My mouse is getting squirrely on me. There we go. People skull plan hyphen dash. Where we... with an H. Where we were going. Poscal. Where we are going presently in the now. Hold up. I would like a page number, please, and thank you. Where the fuck is the page numbers? References? Scroll, insert, home, review? View? Where are the page numbies? I never remember this shit. Because Microsoft keeps moving their ribbons around. Page number, there. Bottom. Right. There. Are we going hard, low fantasy? Admin. That's a good question. Thames. Heading to... Sword and sorcery. Conan. Love me Conan. Was it Robert E. Howard / Arnold? Specifically those two Conans. I don't know the other Conans. I don't want to say hard or low because there is magic involved. Like, when I'm talking, writing, whatever, storying through this about this guy, this dude, presenting his father's skull to their ancestors, my intent is for the impression to be given that this guy, he believes that the ancestors are actually there in the skulls judging him, and his father is there in his skull joining their ancestors. So I don't want to say hard low fantasy, which to me usually implies no magic. Sorry, that might have been making you dizzy if I was doing that. That was just me fidgeting, because I'm too old for a fidget spinner. No, the skulls do not whisper. Maybe at some point I might imply the skulls whisper, the ancestors talk. I might imply, but I'll never directly say it. I want to hint and flirt with magic in the arcane, but I don't ever want to... I want to keep plausible deniability on if magic is real in this setting or not. I think plausible deniability is the best way to phrase it. This isn't really themes. But genre. Plausible ability on if magic gods are real or not. Hint, flirt, not, confirm. I should put a section on themes. I always have an admin page that's just my notes. So future me can try and puzzle out what the fuck past me was trying to do. Because past me is a jerk and doesn't leave enough notes for future me. But B C. Okay. Peepaw skull plan, where we were going. Start this one. The result of the consequences of Generations of... Go to the lexicograph. Laid bare in the 13th generation. The skull of I don't like skull of. Bony grimace. I don't like that either, but I'll roll with it. Let me assault through this paragraph and I'll check chat again. Father met grandfather, the consequences of generations of gold lexicograph laid bare in 13th generation's bony grimace. Ossified? I forget what ossified means. Ossified meaning change to bone or something resembling bone. Where was that? I'll roll with ossified grimace for now. Depleted. Man's father committed their people's his YouTube, why'd you stop my music? Why'd you stop my jam? Yeah, Bony was too plain. Bony is way too plain. Ossified is good. I might walk it back because ossified is super archaic and specific. So I think 9 out of 10 people would have to look up what the hell ossified means. but it sounds good. It's vibing. It passes the vibe check, maybe not the reading check. Comprehension check. Man's father committed his... What's the right wording here? I was gonna say the man's father committed the plan for their people into fate. With every chisel mark of scrimshaw on grandfather's skull. But that's an inelegant way to say that. Let me put it on screen so I have something to visually work with. Constructed with the depleted stash of treasure. Man's father. Man's father. Made the future into determined fate. A premeditated fate. I don't like that wording, but it gets the point across for now. Man's father made plans for the future. Made intentions for their people and premeditated fate with every chisel mark in the scrimshaw. I'm trying to get to the point where I'm implying that this is a ritual, some kind of arcane ritual where they are making their plans a part of a predetermined destiny. So it's their people's way of grappling the issue of maybe there is no free will and we're just along for a predetermined ride. It's a lot to tackle in just one sentence. I need to break this down. The sentence is already really unwieldy with that hyphen in the middle. Constructed with a depleted stash of treasures. I'm gonna... That's an unnecessary detail. Nice to have, but I can ditch it. Comma. Constructed with a depleted stash of treasures, the man's father... I need to read this paragraph from the beginning. I'm losing the plot. Father met grandfather. The consequences of generations of gilded lexicograph laid bare in the 13th generation's ossified grimace. His father now looked at his own plan. Let me add some more pages so I can scroll down more. That way what I'm working on is in the middle of the screen rather than all the way down here. His father now looked at his own plan etched into his father's skull. The father's... His father's skull. For a final time. Constructed with a depleted stash of treasures for the tribes. Depleted stash of treasures. The man's father made intentions for their people and a premeditated fate with every chisel mark in the scrimshaw. every skull. The capstone of the magic. The injection of mankind's indomitable I want to say a fingerprint of some kind, because that would be a unique signature. Punctuated on the forehead by a bloody... This is a really unwieldy sentence. Maker's Mark is the technical term, but I don't want to use that word because it's too... These are people that have degenerated from high society royals into nomadic caveman unga bunga bastards. So Maker's Mark would be way too fancy a word to use for them. Let me try this again. Father Mitt Grandfather. The consequences of generations of gilded lexicograph laid bare in the 13 generations ossified grimace. His father now looked, witnessed. I can rewrite this. His father witnessed his plans in finality etched into his father's skull. Now, W-E, cannot spell that word right for the life of me. Father met grandfather, the consequences of generations of gilded lexicograph laid bare in 13 generations ossified grimace. His father now witnessed his plans in finality etched into his father's skull. Constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures. I don't need stash of. A man's father. The father. This is describing the ritual, not where we were going. Oh, did YouTube crash out? No, YouTube's still good. Burned their thumb on a still cooling golden cap. It's not a bad idea. I'll come back to that. His father now witnessed his plans in finality etched into his father's skull, his predecessors. I'm using father and son too much. Skull. Constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures, the man's father made intentions for their people into premeditated fate with every chisel mark in this scrimshaw. As with every skull, the capstone of the magic, the injection of mankind's indomitable spirit into predetermined fate, is punctuated on the forehead by I like bloody fingerprint because it's contributes to a barbaric edge. I also like the golden cap having a thumbprint into it. Kind of like a wax seal. But that might undermine the barbaric edge I'm going for. Fingerprint sealed in I'm using gold and gilded too much. Metal seal. Maybe I could just say metal seal, and that'll go back to the first paragraph, hooking up with the crucibles and the furnace for showing why they were there to melt the stuff. They could be doing it because they lost the signet rings they once had. They could be. But at the same time, I don't think they would even remember having once had signet rings. They are at the point of ritualized traditions that once preserved memories have long since mutated into bastardized modernity. That was a very complicated sentence. I'll leave that with a fingerprint sealed in metal. Sealed by metal. By. Precious metal. That way I don't have to say gold again, or gilded. Gilded is a fine word, but I've used it too many times already. I want to sit down. I've been standing long enough. I could sit down now as a treat. I need to recalibrate. 1 second. Okay. Let's see. I can... get out of here. Yeah. Oh. Got my mic back down here. There we go. We've been an hour on this playlist. Let me put on something else from Ivan Dutch. The Sumerian is a fine playlist, but I want to hear something else. Playlists. Vampire. A little bit too creepy. Dungeon music. Dark fantasy. Ooh. Maybe dark fantasy. Nordic, Vikings. I don't know about Viking. This isn't really Viking coded. I feel like Vikings are way too overdone. No, this is too fancy. Oh, fuck it, we'll just leave it on the Sumerian. Are they at Steel is Blood Magic or down to How Do I Work Metal? They're nomads, constantly moving east as far as they can tell. So it's not like they're mining anything new. They're just working with what they got. And a lot of what they got is stone tools. And they have some relic metal stuff, weapons and hunting equipments and tools and stuff passed down from generation to generation. Where we were going. Since the 6th. A third cross the Arctic. Guided by lodestars. Constellations. No, wait. Lodestars. Within constellations carved into the 5th skulls. Did I fuck up the numbers already? A dozen skulls for each of the half dozen. Then the skull of the 6th. Since the 6th. Since the 7th. And the 6th. Let's echo it. It's like pottery. We're making pottery. It's rhyming. The 6th skull. always been ever to the east. Glacier. Barren. Through barren lands risen from the Black Seas. Northern Seas. Mountains. What's a girding? Girding meaning. That which is girded. Thank you. Gird. To jeer, sarcastic, to encircle. Into mountains. Onto glaciers girded by mountains. Into tundra? Is it tundra or taiga? Tiger. Tundra or taiga, which is the pine forest of the north. Tundra? I think tundra is the desert. Taiga. Into taiga. Valleys. Where evergreens. Betray. Shelter. No. Spilling. Which gutted out to tundra. Yeah, taiga is the part that still has some vegetation, yeah. Fun fact, taiga forests, boreal forests, account for the vast majority of the world's oxygen production, not the Amazon rainforest. Just a fun fact. Which is just about the only reason to suffer pine trees. I fucking hate pine trees. All they're good for around here is freezing and falling over and crashing into houses and cars. I hate pine trees. That's just how I feel about it. What'd you say? So it turns out seventh son of the seventh son is also in vampire lore. Huh. I mean, I had some vampire ideas on my head with this, once we get to it. Thought it was phytoplankton? Oh, maybe. At least as far as trees are concerned, boreal taiga forests account for, as far as trees are concerned, the vast majority of oxygen generation. But if you're considering any kind of plant life, yeah, probably phytoplankton. Just because that's fucking everywhere. Since the 7th nomadic tribe, been wondering eastward and wondering eastward, not as kill trajectory. Sorry, unalivement. Sorry, YouTube. Let's see. Where was I? Eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars and constellations carved into the sixth skull. Ever to the east, through barren lands risen from the black northern seas, onto glaciers girded by mountains and the sparse taiga valleys which guttered, spilled, yawned. Yawned wide. A gate? Yawned a gate. South America is just trying to come up with reasons to stop destroying their ecosystems. Yeah, which is also valid. Tapered? Tapered is probably more accurate and cohesive, but I also like saying yawned a gape. I think that's a fun way to describe a boreal forest valley descending down to the tundra. Although I will say, one of the cool things coming from South America destroying their fucking ecosystem is it's allowing researchers to go in with LiDAR and shit and scan the lost cities that have been just eaten alive. Well, just eaten. Consumed by the rainforest. There is so much cool shit buried underneath all that vegetation that we didn't even know about. I love it. I mean, I don't love that they're destroying their ecosystem, but we are at least getting some cool shit out of it. Continued. Magic Legacy. East. So that's where we were going. Until I don't think it's even tomb raiding, it's just... It's, lost cities, some of which actually seem to have been described by Spanish conquistador expeditions that were always just kind of written off as malaria-induced folklore. But it turns out maybe there really was some really advanced civilization down there that was in the process of rapidly dying off because of diseases and shit. Which then became completely lost to Western civilization because of a gap in occupation. And it does not take long at all for nature to completely overtake whatever humans build, especially in an aggressive ecosystem like the rainforest. Because trees will just ruin everything. If you want to guarantee your monument lasts more than a generation, plant a tree next to it. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a guy writing about some Ice Age tribe. But I'm kind of a tree hater. Not as much as I hate deer. East until a far eastern sea. And verdant. The oldest. Hey, Schrodinger. It's not live quest time. I'm just writing. Just writing. Just working through that writer's block by writing something completely different. Now's a good time to start from the beginning. I got a page in. Let me read through this. Get a vibe check for where I'm at. Embers flared from the furnace, crackling from the root of the fire, and fucking mosquito. I hate summer. Anyways, crackling from the root of the fire. I'll just start over. Embers flared from the furnace, crackling from the root of the fire, and sparking out from the gentle smoke. 2 crucibles lay on the stone hearth, long dead. Tools, archaic implements of long forgotten artifice, were already put to rest in silken bundles. Technically I need this word, but I feel like I don't need it. I can skip it. I can cheat. It's bad English, but I think I can cheat with it. The dying light of fire bounded off filament spools, casting silver and golden bands across lichen, pale lichen, lavender stone, and encroaching white and blue. Encroaching blue tendrils of ice. Battling its way into the cavern, Arctic gales puffed lungfuls of snowdrift of frost and frosty needles against the guttering haze. He turned his father's skull, crown over chin, in haggard palms, fingering along the newly finished scrimshaw. Skulls surround him, gilded and finer work than his, judgment cast from bejeweled sockets, given life by the gasping fire. Given sparks of life. Unlife. Given sparks of unlife by the gasping fire. Finished, but unsatisfied. And finished but unsatisfied with his work. He held aloft his father's skull in presentation to their ancestors. He learned as much as he could, but the ice and snow bury more generations of knowledge and skill with every setting sun. A dozen skulls, each resting with a nest of embroidery from which they were unpackaged. For the eldest half-dozen ancestors, they witnessed more than one sunset a year. Then, the skull of the 6th generation in royal exile, with its scrimshaw inlaid by the 7th. Written in royal lexicograph, tarnished lines of silver and gold trace out the beginnings of an Arctic escape. The first skulls. forever vague, denying elucidation on the cause of the flight since the 7th generation skull. Why is that capitalized? Whatever. Scrimshawed by the 8th, the quality of work has declined to the present, to his father's skull, joining their ancestors. Father met grandfather. The consequences of generations of goaded lexicograph laid bare in the 13th generation's ossified grimace. His father now witnessed his plans and finality, etched into his predecessor's skull, constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures. The man's father made intentions for their people into premeditated fate with every chisel mark in the scrimshaw. Chisel mark of. Chisel mark of scrimshaw. As with every skull, the capstone of the magic, the injection of mankind's indomitable spirit into a predetermined fate, is punctuated by the forehead by a fingerprint on the skull's forehead by a fingerprint sealed by precious metal. Since the 7th, the Matic tribe had been wandering eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars within constellations carved into the 6th skull. Ever to the east, through barren lands risen from the black northern seas, onto glaciers girded by mountains, and the sparse taiga valleys which yawned agape to tundra. Father continued this nomadic legacy east until a far eastern sea, and verdant lands as the first skull speaks of. That's where we're at. Now to the new plan with Daddy Skull. Yeah, now for something completely different. Blubber fueled fire. Maybe. Unspecified fire. That's where we are at. Now for where we're going now. South. Open ocean. Logged. Littered. White. Bergson sheets. Yeah. Rough genre I'm aiming for is sword and sorcery, with a plausible deniability on if magic and gods are real. I'm going for the impression that maybe there is some kind of magic going on with this ritual of the skulls. But it's vague. I can flirt with magic but not confirm it. I did not have magical relations with that witch. Did not. Were frequent sights in the man's youth as he once owed enough to join the tribe's hunts. Several What did I say before? Sunrise or sunset? Every setting sun. Several months ago. So I'll add a... Just to reinforce that by every setting sun means a year, because they're in the Arctic. Because there's only one sunset a year at the North Pole. I'm gonna... Hard to find that there. To find that here. Several sunsets ago, several years ago. As the man. And his father to teach him Scrimshaw, the royal the lexicograph. Only surviving written. They're only surviving scripts. The shores turned south. Peaks crested the horizon since glimmers of nature's winking. From distant passes. Drawing weathered eyes, sharp eyes south. I didn't burn her, she's lying. Hi, Mark. Oh, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. Are kids even aware of the room? No, wait, they are, because what's his name? Whatever his name was. He made an unironic documentary about himself or something a few years ago, trying to revive his phenomenon and turn it from something organic into cringe and forced. It's always sad when the first party realizes they have something going on about them on the internet and ruins it. It's sad. I love the throat singing. Every now and then I'll play with throat singing, because I have way too much time on my hands when I'm practicing singing after music classes and my hour-and-a-half commute to and from work. But I always have to stop myself, because throat singing, it sounds so cool, but it just destroys the throat, because it tenses up all of the muscles around your larynx. Yeah, Tommy Wiseau. Yeah, the room guy. What? Neil Breen. I want to say I remember that name from Red Letter Media videos, but I don't remember who Neil Breen is. Father decried? Is that a word? Decried. Decried meaning. Decry. It is a word. Yes, okay, that is father decried any possible southern venture. suggestions. Beating. Is there with the first skull. The Ice Age version of your mom or dad having a wooden spoon in the car. Beating your ass with the ancestor skull. Do not make me pull this tribe over. Mongolian throat singing is the most Kino form of music. It is. It is. Holy shit. It is so good. But it absolutely destroys your throat and vocal cords. Like the professional throat singers, to my understanding, they have to constantly rest. They can only perform in short bursts because they have to baby their throats. Maybe they have some trick to it that I and my teacher aren't aware of because I asked about it once at my class. But yeah, throat singing absolutely trashes you, as cool as it is. Then again, maybe that was just my teacher's way of scaring me off of it, so I don't do something stupid. Neil Breen said, "You can't have committed suicide. I won't believe it. You wouldn't have." That sentence almost makes sense until you realize you're saying you can't have committed suicide. Grandpa's gonna set you straight. Yeah, you see that's what good old Nate needed in the life and suffering of Sir Branty. He just needed someone to beat him with Grandpa's skull, Grandpa Branty's skull. I think that would have set him straight. And you know what? I think Grandpa Branty would have approved, all things considered. Let me get back to this. Father decried any possible southern venture, grabbing the wooden spoon and beating the kid in the back seat. Once beating his heir with the first skull. Oft beating. Oft? Oft. I need a better word for beating. Thrashing? Can you thrash someone with a skull? I don't want to say punish, because that's too vague. Strike? I'll just leave it as beating for now. I'm not sure about that. That sounds a little bit too modern and crass. A little bit too funny. I don't know. Striking? Maybe. Off striking his heir with the first skull. To Welch. Suggestions, advisement. Braining. I'll brain you with a skull. I think striking is good. To quelch. Naysaying of the East. You know what? I can actually say orient. Because they are oriented towards the east by the lodestars. Naysaying of the Orient. Is quelch the right word there? Quelch meaning. Squelch. It's kind of sort of not really. Suppress or eliminate. Similar to squelch. I think quelch is technically the right word, but it just doesn't sound good. Let's see. The source. Quelch synonyms. Quelch. Annihilate, beat, defeat, demolish, kill, overcome, overpower, overwhelm, quell. I was so close. I was this close. Quell. Let me check if there's anything better. Ruin, squelch, stamp out, strangle, subdue, suppress, vanquish, wreck, conquer, extinguish, ice, obliterate, reduce. Yeah, I think quell is the right one. Maybe some of the first King's Wisdom rub off on me if I beat you with them. Orient? I don't think you would capitalize Orient. It's not a country. It's a direction. I mean, I guess... Fine, Grammarly. I'll trust you on this one. Father decried any possible southern venture, off striking his heir for the first's skull to quell naysaying of the Orient. And before some dipshit says that this is racist, not knowing it's a technical phrase, because you orient yourself based on maps and direction, which is why the East is often was referred to as the Orient. Naysaying of the Orient? Or Oriental naysaying? Oriental naysaying is more succinct. Oriental naysaying. At the east, from the high view of this mountain summit, this cave nestled below a mountain summit. Oriental naysaying comes off as more racist. It is a funny way of saying they're fighting over directions. Hey, they're not lost. They know they're going east. They just don't know where they are right now. They know they're going east, okay? Look, the first skull says where they're going. They just have to go east, okay? We're not lost. We're going east. And that's been happening for 12 generations. Does Oriental naysaying sound racist? I thought that would be a more succinct way of naysaying the Orient. Oh, fuck it. I'll just leave it as Oriental naysaying. I don't care. I'm not talking about people, so it's categorically not racist anyways. Oh, you're just being silly. Fair enough. We can be a little silly as a treat. At the east, from the high view of this cave nestled below a mount beneath. Nestled under. Nestled. I'll just say nestled atop. High mount. High mount, there we go. YouTube, stop pausing my jams. My royalty-free jams. By the lovely music creator of royalty-free music, Ivan Dutch. Go check him out. Get the east, high top of mount. More snow. more tundra. More of the sunless. More of the twilight Arctic. More of the twilight Arctic. More mountains. More tundra. More of the twilight Arctic. At present, it was Son's duty. Sons. That is now impressed onto destiny. I'm still not sure about that verbiage, impressed on destiny. I'll have to back burner that. Don't make me turn this generational exile around. At present, it was the son's plan that was now impressed onto destiny. Onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the scrimshaw. The gilded scrimshaw, laid into his father, the 13th skull. His father. '13th. Father declared any possible southern venture off striking his heir, the first skull to quell Oriental naysaying. Yet the east, from the high view of this cave nestled atop a high mount, only promised, past tense, more mountains, more tundra, more of the Arctic twilight. At present, it was the sun's plan that was now impressed onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the gilded scrimshaw he laid into his father's skull, the 13th. I can delete that note. What was my tag for... my temporary tag so I can find replace with a name whenever I figure out a name. Ascended the mountain. Descended. When you say scale, it implies you're going up. What's the down version of scale? What? I'm gonna ask Rock. What is... how do you say you are scaling down a mountain? To say you are scaling down a mountain, you'll typically use the term descending, it's a little too simple, or rappelling, too technical. I guess I can just say scaling down. I feel like there should be a more succinct way to say scaling down. Gonna ask Rock, what is the Most succinct way to phrase scaling down in one word. Repelling. Fuck you. I don't want to say repelling. Besides repelling. I'm gonna ask Rock. Besides repelling. It's not. I don't want to use repelling. We don't have crampons. Besides descending. Besides descending. Abseiling. Oh. Oh. Can you define abseiling, please? Don't bully me for saying please and thank you to AI. One day the AI will remember it. And good manners are never out of fashion. Abseiling is a controlled descent down a steep or vertical surface, such as a cliff or mountain. Ah. Is abseiling just as technical as rappel? Clambering? Maybe. I'm gonna ask Rock. Is abseiling just as technical a term as rappelling? Yes, abseiling is just a technical term as rappelling. Fuck. Abseil, coming from the German abseilen, meaning to rope down. I'm just gonna say abseil. Abseil is cool. I like abseil. Yeah, look, I'll say thank you and please to the AI now, and that means one day the AI will say please and thank you to me when they tell me to get into the bioprocessor. What goes around comes around. How do I spell abseiling? Abseili. Abseil. I'm a fucking idiot. Sun 001 descended the mountain. His ruck crafted of leathers and fur bulged with the of his father ran father and deeper and ancestors. It's about saying deeper ancestors, but that would be weird. Gale winds. Slick ice. And traitorous snow shelves. Contested. The path. But Sun 001s and further forebears wait, I can bulged with generations of skulls. That's a little plain, but you know what? Sometimes you just say it straight. Gale wind, slick ice, and traitorous snow shelves contested the path. Yet, Sun 001s. I have no idea what to do for names. I don't have any kind of yet. Don't have any kind of ethnic flavor in mind for names yet. Got Sun 001's plan was headed to the future by his gilded fingerprints upon his father's forehead. Tech. To the tribe waiting, wintering below. Sheltered amidst boreal meaning. Boreal meaning. Relating to the north. Okay. Amidst boreal cliffs. Passes. Above winding glacial flows. It was now inevitable. No. He would. No. Back to the tribe he now led with his southern plan? Plan is too plain a word. Plan. Plan synonym. I don't like turning to thesaurus because I feel like that means you failed. But sometimes you just need a fucking thesaurus. Arrangement, deal, idea, intention, method, policy, procedure, program, project, proposal, strategy, suggestion, system, treatment. Southern angle? Southern disposition? Southern disposition. Albetepi. That sounds Turkish. Southern machination. Disposition. Disposition, machination. Plots. Projection. Proposition. Purpose. Scenario. Stratagem. Undertaking. Okay, I got some good options here. To the tribe he now led with his southern disposition. Southerly. What does that mean? Southerly meaning. Southerly disposition. Southerly disposition. Fancy way of saying it. Is ruck, comma, crafted of leather and fur, bulged with generations of skulls. Forehead with an E. Some words I just cannot spell correctly for the life of me. Like forehead. I always want to write forehead without that first E. I need a sub-hitter. Pot. I. Because you know what? Sometimes you feel like being fancy with the Roman numerals. Pot dus. Let's see. We have our beginning. I'm not going to read all of it. Where did I leave off last time? Around here. Since the 7th, the nomadic tribe had been wandering eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars with the constellations carved into the 6th skull. Ever to the east, through barren lands risen from the black northern seas, onto glaciers girded by mountains, into sparse taiga valleys, which yawned agape to tundra. Father continued his nomadic legacy east, until a far eastern sea and verdant lands, as the first skull speaks of. No. Those... The... promised land. The land promised. Land promised by the first skull. Prophesized by the second. No, just leave that. East until a far eastern sea and verdant lands, the land promised. Hyphen. The land promised by the first skull. The black waters of the open ocean, littered with white bergs and sheets, were frequent sights in the man's youth. Comma, once old enough to join the tribe's hunts. Several sunsets ago, several years ago. As the man's father began teaching him the royal lexicograph, their only surviving script. Began teaching him their only surviving script, comma, the royal lexicograph. The shores turned south. Tall peaks crested the horizon since. Glaciers winking from distant passes, drawing weathered and sharp eyes south. Father decried any possible southern venture, oft striking his heir with the first skull to quell oriental naysaying. Yet the east, from the high view of this cave nestled atop a high mount, only promised more mountains, more tundra, more of the twilight Arctic. At present, it was the son's plan that was now impressed onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the gilded scrimshaw he laid into his father's skull, the 13th. Son 001 descended the mountain, his ruck crafted of leather and fur, bulged with generations of skulls. Gale winds, slick ice, and traitorous snow shelves contested the path. Yet his plan was committed to the future by his gilded fingerprint upon his father, sealed upon his father's forehead. He would return to the tribe, wintering below, sheltered amidst boreal passes above winding glacial flows. Back to the tribe he now led with his southerly disposition. Chat. I haven't read in a second. Would they consider themselves a tribe? Would they still be calling themselves? They will consider themselves a tribe now. Just a generic peoples. Maybe early on there would be notions of a royal procession or a nomadic kingdom. But that's too many generations since. Too many mutations along the way. And knowledge lost. Because the royal lexicograph is a type of hieroglyphics scrimshot into skulls, which is not an exact language. Because trying to write with fucking symbology is an inexact science, isn't it? Now what? Part 2. I have some reference maps I got that I want to take a gander at real quick to orient myself to the south. I don't know why I got sing-song either. Because singing song is fun. I've been looking at maps of Washington State's channeled scablands and pictures of it for inspiration. Of what can happen from massive glacial ice melts. There we go. Okay. The path widened to shores, which did the interminable meaning without end. The interminable icy flows. Flow with an E? Glacial flow. Interminable. Glacial flow? I'm just gonna say icy flow. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't know if it's right. Glacial flow. Hey, Natasha on Twitch. Hope you're having a great night. Thanks for joining us. I'm doing some writing. That bracketed. Interminable glacial flow. The white snake. It's a little goofy. It's a metaphor. The white snake came the tribes. New orient along the southern gradient, which that's that comma step by step descended from oh, welcome to YouTube. I think I only have Yeah, I don't have Twitch on. I might have Kick on screen. But I know I don't have Twitch on screen because Twitch demands that we do separate but equal segregation of chats. And I'm sorry, I only have black water fountains. I don't have Twitch's white people water fountains. We only got the black water fountains here on screen. So I only have YouTube chat on screen. Let's see. Well, welcome in, Natasha. I appreciate you. How you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Let's see. Where was I? The White Snake became the tribe's new orient along the south gradient. 4. The south. No orient to the south. It descended a gradient which, step by step, until mountains and cliffs of ice rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of Arctic gales. Hi, Dreamy. Over on Twitch. Hope you're having a good day. I, too, miss the day when my knees didn't hurt. Although these days it's my back more than my knees, but I get it. Standing is the worst. Evergreens became more common. Come on. What's up, Dreamy? What's your question? Evergreens became more common. Pine tips. Wait, more common in the flats. As the days, wait, more common. Evergreens. How to describe their journey southward through a pass along a glacial flow through mountains. Despite bro for wait. Flanked by walls of ice? I'm not sure. Dreamy over on Twitch says, you haven't written for a long time, but have some ideas. I had to put them on paper, but you don't write in native English. You could translate through ChatGPT. I don't know if I can review your stuff for you. I know there's other platforms out there where you can put your stuff out in the wild. Right now I have a bit too much for myself to worry about, though. I've been dealing with being an inconsistent writer. I'm trying to push out of it by just writing something completely different to get my own creativity going. Let's see. So I don't think I can help you review that, but I do think it's a good thing that you're trying to write, even though you're not native English. Let's see. Despite the... Let me restart this. The pass widened into gravel shores that bracketed the interminable glacial flow. The White Snake became the tribe's new orient. To the south. New southern Orient. Orient. Abandoning. Abandoning the constellations. It descended... It's descended. Yeah, that's good enough. It descended a gradient, which step by step. No, I used descended twice. It's writhed? How to describe a snake waving back and forth? It writhed. Long gradient which step by step descended until mountains and cliffs of ice rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of the Arctic gales. Let's see. Despite... no. Hunts. Ugh. East and west now stood fast. Shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of this southerly pass, clear to the horizon. Only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of this southerly pass, clear to the horizons, only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Any... no. The ancestors' wisdom. Plans made to destiny. No longer wait. With no... with the eastern migration abandoned. Eastern hope abandoned. see. I decided this southern path. Wait. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of this southern pass. Let's just do that. Southern pass. Clear to the horizon. This is a little awkward. Spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of the southern pass, comma, clear to the horizon. The what is a good way to describe the completely inhospitable continental glaciers? I hate my neighbors with the motorcycles. It's 9:30. Why are you zooming up and down the street? The I'll just say inhospitable. Ice fields were only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Ancestral wisdom and plans made to destiny. Arcane wisdom with their plans forged into destiny, comma, no longer held weight with their eastern hope abandoned. This is kind of a long paragraph. I'll let it ride. We can have a longer paragraph once in a while as a treat. South became greener with the lichen? Lichen for stews. Way to patches of hardy grazed upon by ranging. What do deer have? Packs? What is the plural of a deer? Or like, what do you call a group of deer, Grok? A herd, duh. Herd of reindeer? What? I'm gonna ask Grok. What types of herd animals exist in the Arctic? Caribou, reindeer, musk oxen, hares. I don't know if I would call. If your hare population has exploded enough to where you call it a herd, you got a fucking problem. You got a problem on your hand for your ecosystem. Jesus Christ, that's horrifying. A herd of hares? That would be so many. That'd be like an invasive species. just a wave of Arctic hares descending upon the plains. I'll just say caribou. Caribou is fun. All I know about caribou is it's another word for reindeer, but it's a fun word to say. Herds of caribou. South became greener, with meager moss and lichen stews giving way to patches of hardy grasses grazed. Why is this all underlined? I don't want to say the South, because I started the last one with the... let's see. Dim monochromatic valleys became greener. Yeah. The sun, which had only set once a year for over a dozen generations. No, it was for over 6 generations. I can say over now because dear old Dad's skull was the 13th, so it's now officially 1 over a dozen. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. The sun, which had only set once a year for over 6 generations, now begin to slowly now listed what? I gotta ask Rock. In the North Pole, what compass direction does the sun set? Does it set to the south? Because you're at the north, right? Yeah, so it's above the horizon for 6 months. Around autumn equinox, it sets. Thus, when the sun sets, it appears to spiral downward and disappear below the horizon in a way that doesn't align with a specific compass direction. Now listed actually accidentally might be the perfect word. Now listed in a awkward spiral for the peaks of the southern horizon. Listed or teetered? I'll leave it as listed. Confusion and panic grip the tribe. The sun rose after only a few months of night. Be crying? Decrying? Is be crying a word? Be cry, meaning. To cry about. Be crying, yes. Be crying. The southern departure as a curse. Until as a curse, period. Wait. Where's that guy's name? My placeholder. So I can copy and find all, then replace all later. Lasted until... drew upon the first dozen skulls of his forebears. Their lexicograph. Laid in Scrimshaw. Showing revealing sun once rose east and set in the west. There was hundreds of days and nights in a year. Alright. I feel like this first sentence does not match the rest of the paragraph now. So let's see here. No, listed is the correct verb, but I want listed in and awkward spiral. Be crying is a legitimate verb. Fuck off, Grammarly. The terror laid. Period. Capital. Let's see. Grammarly is being slow. The lexicograph. The lexicograph laid in Scrimshaw. I'll just say the Scrimshaw. It's too complicated. The Scrimshaw revealed how the sun once rose in the east and set in the west, comma, and there were hundreds of days and nights in a year. Laid their lexicograph. Fuck off, Grammarly. Get your shit together. Let's see here. Let me do a quick check. Make sure my simul streaming is good. It is good. Okay. Let's see here. So this is setting the scene. They're traveling down a pass between glacial shelves, continental glacial shelves, south, along a flow. They can't go east, they can only go south, along the mountainous valley. This paragraph now showing that they're traveling far enough south from the Arctic that they're now getting more than one day and not a year. Okay. Now, as the days become more often, the monochrome of the north, the far Arctic north, is becoming green. And now hunting options are going up. They're no longer having to subsist off of fucking lichen moss with some meager hunts. So dim monochromatic valleys became greener with meager moss and lichen for stews, giving way to patches of hardy grasses, gazed upon by ranging herds of caribou. Where is this part going? We have the plan now. The first part was just setting up this tribe and their journey that has been going on for a dozen generations now. This part is now their journey changing south. Changes in the environment. Environment. Let's see. Get a paragraph there for something, paragraph there for something. I think this part will end with them exiting the pass between glacial shelves that span the continent, with the pass exiting out into Redlands. We'll get there when we get there. Let's see. Changes in environment. Changes in elevation. Changes in temperature. Changes in people. Okay, now I have some kind of... I got some way markers to guide me on this part. Okay. This is just kind of exposition. There's not really a narrative. The narrative thread is basically... the tribe's migration so far. Okay, hold on. Story. Chapter? Act? Chapter 1. Hitting 2. Hitting 3. Part 3. Part 2. Yeah. Okay. So chapter 1's narrative thread is the tribe's journey. Their changes in direction that now has changed for the first time in 6 generations. So now I have some kind of arc to work with. Part 3. Looking ahead. Part 3. Let's see. Just get you there. Looking to part 3 will be Redlands entrance. Redlands journey. Should Sun have tribespeople as supporting characters? They might come. There might be a few in part 3. I have some ideas. The tribe may or may not survive. We'll see where my whims take us. The Sun will survive. Maybe some others, I'm not sure. But I don't know about the tribe as a cohesive unit. Redlands journey. Tribes. Destination. I hate. Are you guys able to hear those motorcycles racing up and down the street? I hate my neighbors. I have one good neighbor. He's based, he's cool. He's a family man, he's nice. He's on one side, he's the house to the left of me. To the right of me is an old retired guy. He keeps to himself, but he's kind of a dickhead. And then this neighborhood has just gone to shit over the decades. It used to be a pretty good neighborhood. Okay, now I have some kind of arc. Oh, you're watching a parking lot? Fair enough. Okay. But anyways, now I have some kind of trajectory to ride along, instead of just riding along the whims and fancy. Which got us here. It got us to something going. But now we have some kind of framework to work with. Okay. Dim monochromatic valleys became greener. With meager moss and lichen for stews, yielding. No, because they wouldn't just completely go away. Growing into patches of hardy grasses grazed upon by raging herds of caribou. Though hunts were restricted by bracketing mountain ranges. I don't need 2 ranges in the paragraph. Just herds. By the bracketing mountain ranges. The hunts were restricted by the bracketing mountain ranges. They are more fruitful. And dangerous. No, wait. The idea is kind of like Inuit people going down the Cascades. Kind of, sort of. I won't say Inuit, because if we're imagining these people as being a real-life migration on our Earth, these people would be coming from Asia over the Bering land bridge from the Ice Age and coming down into the Americas. So, kind of like that stereotypical story we were taught in school in the 90s and 80s and whatever. But this isn't Earth. This is a fantasy world. But yeah, kind of like Inuit people. Inuit with a big, with a couple dozen of asterisks. Though hunts are restricted by the bracketing mountains. By the ranges. Bracketing ranges. Mountain range. They approved. They are more fruitful. The Arctic survivors moving down. And having to reacclimate to not the Arctic after 6 generations of bullshit. Where was I going with this paragraph? Changes in environment. Laden with... YouTube, stop pausing my music. Though hunts were restricted by the bracketing mountain ranges, they were more. Their abundance of fruit were in equal measure marked by hazards forgotten to the Arctic generations. Well, they had some wood resources in the Arctic from the valleys of the taiga, tundra, the boreal forests that were up there a little bit. Because every now and then they would get some of that, but, you know, it wasn't consistent. Let's see. This is a complicated sentence. What do you have to say, Grammarly? Though the bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts. Okay, that's a little simpler. Marked by hazards. Let's just do that. Let's just let Grammarly fuck up this sentence and then I can unfuck it. Gonna get rid of that "the." Let's see. Though bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts, their abundance of fruits their abundance of game was in equal measure marked by hazards forgotten by Arctic generations. I have a choice to make. I can just say wolf, or I can belabor the point that these people don't know what a wolf is so much, and take the long way around describing them. I think for the sake of brevity, I'm just gonna say wolf. I don't think I want to spend paragraphs describing the four-legged cretins. Oh yeah, there are Arctic wolves. Yeah, true. They had known wolves And bears. Cloaked in white. Furs. But now... witnessed those breeds competing with the dark mottled coats of their larger southern cousins. So, fun fact about the Ice Age North America, there were, I don't remember the name of it, but Joe Rogan is obsessed with them. They're giant, like, bears. Like, if they stood up, they would be as tall as a house. Along with dire wolves, which are just roided out wolves, along with the big cats. So, you know, the Arctic, it has danger bears, it has danger wolves. I mean, polar bears are probably the most aggressive bears on the modern Earth. But, I think the building-sized bears might be a little bit different. The giant ground sloth. Hey, if there's one thing I learned from that weekend where me, Cap, Saki, and Jez just no-lifed and binged the hell out of Green Hell for a weekend, it's that anteaters are God's most dangerous predators. They are far more dangerous than the big cats in the jungle, apparently, according to the game Green Hell. So hey, I wouldn't fuck with the giant ground sloth either. You never know. I mean, maybe chuck a spear at it, see what happens. Maybe. But you know, I wouldn't go in for the spear unless I saw it was dead. Did I know avocados evolved from the time when the giant ground sloth exists? Nothing that naturally can eat avocado. We can naturally eat avocado. I'm sure birds can eat avocado. I'm sure monkeys can eat avocado. Did you mean something different? I didn't know avocados came from that time period. I did know they were an American fruit. I do enjoy a good avocado, though. I will low-key just sometimes... Oh, you mean the big pit? Yeah, that's true. Nothing can naturally eat the pit. Those things are just golf balls. I will unironically sometimes just get one of those big green avocados and just eat it. Like, split it in half, get a spoon, go to town on that bad boy, and just eat a fucking avocado. For some reason, people think that's weird. What's wrong with an avocado? Wait, changes in elevation is next. As they come down. As the mountains descend. I was gonna say something about competing with the big animals. But I can do that in this one. The avocado was domesticated before the extinction of North American megafauna. technically, we still have megafauna. Because I think the technical classification for megafauna is just over, like, any animal that's over 100 or 200 pounds or something like that. So technically some fat asses are megafauna. But there are still megafauna in the world. Like, we don't think of them as megafauna because they're just natural animals to us. But, like, giraffes, elephants, some big bears, I think. Maybe caribou get pretty big, don't they? Reindeer? But yeah. A non-zero percentage of the North American population is categorically megafauna. I'm gonna look it up. What's the megafauna definition? Wait, here we go. The precise definition of the term varies, though a common threshold is approximately 99 pounds, this lower end being centered on humans, so we're technically megafauna, categorically, with other thresholds being more relative to the sizes of animals in the ecosystem. The spectrum of lower end thresholds ranging from 22 pounds to 2,200 pounds. That's a very wide margin. So it just depends on what context you're talking about. Because 99 pounds seems extremely low to call something a megafauna. Although, I guess it is all relative, because if I saw a house cat that was 100 pounds, I'd be like, yeah, that bitch is a megafauna. So, I guess it is all about context when it comes to megafauna. But yeah, 200 pounds seems pretty low for megafauna. I bet there's some kind of weight to size ratio that would be more accurate. Because when we think of megafauna, we think of really big stuff, not just heavy. Changes in elevation now. Let me read what I have so far on this part. The pass widened to gravel shores that bracketed the interminable glacial flow. The White Snake became the tribe's new southern orient, abandoning the constellations. It writhed along a gradient which step by step descended until mountains and cliffs of ice, rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of the Arctic gales. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of this southern pass, clear to the horizon. I'm still not certain about this sentence. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of the southern pass, clear to the horizon. I can't think of a better way to say that, but I'm not happy about it. The inhospitable ice fields were only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Ancestral, arcane wisdom, with their plans forged into destiny, no longer transmuted? No longer held weight with their eastern hope abandoned. The sun, which had only set once a year for over 6 generations, now listed in an awkward spiral for the peaks of the southern horizon. Confusion and panic gripped the tribe as the sun rose after only a few months of night, decrying the southern departure as a curse. The terror lasted until Sun 001 drew upon the first dozen skulls of his first bearers. The scrimshaw revealed how the sun once rose in the east and set in the west, and there were hundreds of days and nights in a year. Dim, monochromatic valleys became greener, with meager moss and lichen for stews growing into patches of hardy grasses, grazed upon by herds of caribou. Herds of caribou. I want to say mammoth. I don't know. Elephants have herds. Yeah, mammoth. And smaller prey. Though bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts, their abundance of game was in equal measure marked by hazards forgotten by Arctic generations. They had known wolves and bears cloaked in white furs, but now witnessed those breeds competing with the dark, mottled coats of their larger, southern cousins. Son should get a cheetah pet. We're gonna have big cats coming, don't worry. Although cheaters... Cheaters are basically dog-programmed cats. Cheaters are unironically just feline dogs. Like, I think they're the ones that can actually purr. I think they're the only big cat that can purr. And they're just downright friendly once they stop being skittish of you. Although apparently, cheater keepers have to be really careful because they're big cats, and big cats have, like, barbed tongues that they use to clean their fur. And the barbed tongues will just tear the shit out of your skin. So they are really just feline dogs. with zoomies. The zoomiest dogs. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this so far. Changes in elevation. Where to go with this one? They are coming out of the mountains. Well, no, they're still in the mountains. They're just... The mountains are rising higher on either side. The white snake. Reached higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the white snake. Here I go again on my own. Doing the only thing I've ever known. Something like that. It's like their only good song, too. Here I go again. Or whatever it is. It occurs to me that I'm accidentally writing a... I'm starting to feel like I'm writing some kind of Discovery or Animal Planet documentary. Licks of death. True. Cheetah could have easily ended up humans' best buds. I will always maintain that humanity took a massive L the day that we collectively decided to domesticate dogs instead of raccoons. Could you imagine how cool pet raccoons would be if we had spent the thousands of years domesticating them like we did dogs? Because raccoons are so smart, they have little hands. They could be our little helpers. They could be our little guys. But instead we got dogs. And I'm biased. I like cats more than I do dogs. But even if I were a dog person, I would maintain that we really made a huge mistake domesticating dogs instead of raccoons. I'm just saying. Maybe that's the biggest lost tragedy of the colonization of the New World. Maybe it was lost to us that the ancient civilizations, which history forgot here, did domesticate raccoons. And because we accidentally wiped them out with diseases and colonization and whatever, sometimes not so accidentally, maybe because of that, we accidentally missed out on raccoons. Domesticated raccoons. No, you're not getting it. I think domesticated raccoons would be on a completely different level, far above both cats and dogs put together. Because they're so smart. They have hands. If they were domesticated, they could do so many things for us. We could just have them follow us around holding our stuff. I mean, the possibilities are endless with domesticated raccoons. And yes, they're a nuisance animal, but that's because humanity did not take responsibility and domesticate them properly. Earlier this year, in like January or February, I think it was, I was watching a lot of raccoon documentaries. So, like, trained monkeys. Kind of. But there's a difference between domestication and training. Because I would never trust even the most trained monkey. I just wouldn't. Because a trained monkey is still not domesticated. It's still a wild animal. Forced to either Coco the gorilla seemed chill. I would also never trust even the most trained gorilla. You just never know. The problem is, it's hard to train omnivores because they're more likely to just start eating or stealing from underneath you than they are to be motivated by you giving them treats. Well, again, domestication is not simply training. Domestication is the generational project of animal husbandry, where in modern terms are basically breeding for selected traits. Like, what's most useful or pleasant for humans. So the domestication of dogs, you look at wild wolves or hyenas or whatever wild dogs are out there, and you look at modern house dogs. The domestication of dogs saw the acquisition of traits like big floppy ears, big stupid eyes, big wrinkly dumb faces, being friendly sometimes. But again, you also domesticate for different traits. Different breeds for different traits. Like, you have guard dogs, attack dogs, you got pet dogs, you got purse dogs, you got Lamberdoodles. But yeah. Either forced into confrontations with then you could lose a lot of useful traits. Well, like much of human history and humanity in general, we don't even know what we've lost. We're just working with what we have. Forced into confront. One of Graham Hancock's better quotes. I don't agree with him on a lot, but one of his better quotes that I do agree with, both in spirit and his written meaning, is that humanity is a species with amnesia. We have forgotten more throughout mankind's existence on Earth than we have ever learned. I gotta get through this paragraph. I've been stuck on this for a while now. Forced into confrontations with... I don't want to say megafauna. I could say dire animals, but I feel like dropping the word dire is maybe a little... maybe not cliche. Maybe a little token. I feel like dire just isn't the word I'm feeling on this. Towering horrors? Towering living horrors of... that makes it start sounding Lovecraftian, which maybe we'll get there, but... Predators. Both. Turn stealthier. Those of the north. Arctic. Climbs. Climb? Like climates. Climbs? Is that the right word? Climbs meaning. Yes. Climbs is the plural of climate. Forced into confrontation with predators both larger and stealthier, those Arctic climbs. To I keep coming back to the word dire, but I'm resisting it because it's dropping the word dire animal. It feels like a cop-out to me. Because it's such a tried and true fantasy term. Hey, Clinker. Yeah, I'm writing. Welcome to the stream. Southern creatures tend to be more aggressive than bigger and stealthier. Well, specifically, these are going to be bigger. Maybe not stealthier. Because we're getting into Ice Age megafauna. I'm just gonna kill this sentence. I'm not feeling it. Maybe I'm going at this the wrong direction. Let's see. This is supposed to be about changes in elevation. Animals were last paragraph. I'm going about this the wrong way. I'm stuck in the last paragraph trying to carry it forward. Though, I gotta get this back in my mind's eye. Mountains reach higher and higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the white snake. Though, whoops, what's my variable name for the guy whose name I don't have yet? So, I gotta recenter myself on this, hold on. They're dropping in elevation, they're encountering different breeds of predators who are also getting larger. There's loss of life going on, though that would be more or less equivalent to the loss of life from hiking through the far Arctic north. But as they go south and descend from high altitudes, they're also experiencing an abundance of oxygen in their system. So everyone's pretty gassed up despite the changes going on. And that will lead into the next paragraph with the changes in temperature culminating in the changes in people as the glacial flow that they're following down through the mountain ranges opens up finally to the continent beyond the northern glacial shelves covering the continent from coast to coast. Okay. I had to talk that through to myself. Let's see. Don't be dire, gotta go prehistoric. This is a fantasy world, it's not Earth. But, technically we're prehistoric. Well, we're post-historic and gonna be prehistoric before they get it back. Yeah, ancestors are dogs. I don't know, I think the ancestors of the modern bears are probably the scariest, because those things were huge. But loose to violence is different from starvation in psychology. Hyborian. Is that a Conan term? Or is that an actual term? No, the Conan term was Hyperborean. Hyborian meaning. Yeah, I've heard it before. The Hyborian age is Conan. Okay, fair enough. I thought it was Hyperborean. Maybe that was something also there. Yeah, Hyborian. Culture has risen and fallen so many times we don't even know what's happened. I need to get back into the audiobooks of the Conan stories. I kind of burnt out on them because I was listening to them for so long the other year. And I kind of want to find a new version of them because I'm not in love with the narrator of the version I have now on my Audible. He reads it so... He doesn't get very excited, and he does really painful boomer impressions of females. And has some very odd opinions. Not even boomer opinions, just odd, almost fanfic opinions about the Conan stories. I actually looked into that, if Conan is public domain or not, last year, because I started this channel out reading Conan stories for fun. So, my understanding is that the earliest Conan stories are public domain in the European Union, but not in North America, where they were written, because of Disney. Keeps pushing back the copyright date before stuff becomes public domain for books. It's complicated. It's complicated as hell. But my understanding is that there's like, I think it was 5 years last year, so now it's about 4-ish years until the earliest Conan stories become public domain. So we're almost there until Conan is officially public domain. And I don't think anyone's enforcing it. So if I wanted to, I could probably just start reading Conan again or whatever. Or use it. But I'm not going to use this. I want this to be my own thing. I do enough fan fiction stuff. I need a throat lozenge. But yeah, some of my earliest streams, I think I unlisted them because I was reading Conan before I got this model, and I was using the generic schoolgirl that comes free with VTube Studio. But yeah, a lot of my earliest streams were just reading Conan before I got into reading other stuff that was actual public domain. I think my favorite Conan story is still the very first one. That's about Conan someone trying to assassinate Conan, and they summon a beast, and it's just an epic fight scene. It's so good. Let's see. Okay, so I talked myself through the direction we're going here. Though... recalling it. I'm recalling it. I'm getting scatterbrained. Hyperborea? No, I think Hyperborea was one of the ancient races in the Conan verse. I think the Hyperboreans were like one of the predecessor civilizations that fell before Conan came about. Let's see. Hyperborean. Oh, Hyperborea was in Greek mythology. Huh. Maybe he borrowed that, or just bastardized it for Conan as well. Hey, Lorenz on Twitch. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So Mounds reached, let's try this for the 6th time. 6th or 10th try. For this paragraph. Mountains reached higher... Maybe I should just read from the start. Just to get a grip. Because I'm going to scatterbrain. Twitch has a follow limit? That's weird. I didn't even know that. You can follow me over on YouTube, though, as well as Kick. I'm mostly YouTube-centric, but I do simul-stream to Twitch and Kick as well. Alright, I'm just going to start from the beginning, just to get a handle on all this. Embers flared from the furnace, crackling from the root of the fire and sparking out from the gentle smoke. 2 crucibles lay on the stone hearth, long dead. Tools, archaic implements of long-forgotten artifice, already put to rest in silken bundles. The dying light of the fire bounded off filament spools, casting silver and golden bands across pale lichen. Lavender stoned and encroaching blue tendrils of ice. Battling its way into the cavern, Arctic gales puffed lungfuls of snowdrift and frosty needles against the guttering haze. He turned his father's skull, crown over chin, in haggard palms, fingering along the newly finished scrimshaw. A skull surround him, gilded in finer work than his. Judgment cast from bejeweled sockets, given sparks of unlife by the gasping fire. Fireplace. Finished, but unsatisfied with his work, he held aloft his father's skull in presentation to their ancestors. He learned as much as he could, but the ice and snow bury more generations of knowledge and skill with every setting sun. A dozen skulls, each resting within nests of embroidery from which they were unpackaged. For the eldest half-dozen ancestors, they witnessed more than one sunset a year. Then the skull of the 6th generation in royal exile, with its scrimshaw inlaid by the 7th, written in royal lexicograph, tarnished lines of silver and gold trace out the beginnings of an Arctic escape. The first skulls were ever vague, denying elucidation on the cause of flight. Since the 7th generation skull... I don't know why that needs to be capitalized. Go away, spell check. Since the 7th generation skull, scrimshawed by the 8th, the quality of work has declined to the present, to his father's skull, joining their ancestors. Father met grandfather, the consequences of generations of goaded lexicograph laid bare in the 13th generation's ossified grimace. His father now witnessed his plans and finality etched into his predecessor's skull. Constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures, the man's father made intentions for their people into premeditated fate, with every chisel mark of scrimshaw. Stop pausing my music, YouTube. Yes, I'm still here. As with every skull, the capstone of the magic, the injection of mankind's indomitable spirit into a predetermined fate, is punctuated on the skull's forehead by a fingerprint sealed by precious metal. Since the 7th, the nomadic tribe had been wandering eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars within the constellations carved into the 6th skull. Ever to the east, through barren lands risen from the black northern sea, out to glaciers girded by mountains, into sparse taiga valleys which yawned agape to tundra. Father continued this nomadic legacy, east until a far eastern sea and verdant lands, the land promised by the first skull. The black waters of the open ocean, littered with white bergs and sheets, were frequent sights in the man's youth. In the current man's, because we were just talking about the father, so I should say current man to delineate them. In the current man's youth, once old enough, once he was old enough to join the tribe's hunts. Yeah, fuck it. Several sunsets ago, several years ago, as the man's father began to teach him their only surviving script, the royal lexicograph, the shores turned south. Tall peaks crested the horizon since, glaciers winking from distant passes, drawing weathered and sharp eyes south. Father decried any possible southern venture, oft striking his heir with the first skull to quell oriental naysaying. Yet the east, from the high view of this cave nestled atop a high mount, only promised more mountains, more tundra, more of the twilight Arctic. At present, it was the sun's plan that was now impressed onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the gilded scrimshaw he laid into his father's skull, the 13th. He descended the mountain, his ruck crafted of leather and fur, bulged with generations of skulls. Gale winds, slick ice, and traitorous snow shelves contested the path. Yet, his plan was committed to the future by his gilded fingerprint sealed upon his father's forehead. He would return to the tribe wintering below, sheltered amidst boreal passes above winding glacial flows. Back to the tribe he now led with his southerly disposition. Part 2. The pass widened to gravel shores that bracketed the interminable glacial flow. This white snake became the tribe's new southern orient, abandoning the constellations. It writhed along a gradient, which step by step descended until mountains and cliffs of ice rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of the Arctic gales. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of the southern pass, clear to the horizon. The inhospitable ice fields were only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Ancestral arcane wisdom, with their plans forged in destiny, no longer held weight with their eastern hope abandoned. The sun, which had only set once a year for over 6 generations, now listed in an awkward spiral for the peaks of the southern horizon. Confusion and panic gripped the tribe as the sun rose after only a few months of night, decrying the southern departure as a curse. The terror lasted until he drew upon the first dozen skulls of his forebears. The scrimshaw revealed how the sun once rose in the east and set in the west, and there were hundreds of days and nights in a year. Dim, monochromatic valleys became greener, with meager moss and lichen for stews, growing into patches of hardy grasses grazed upon by herds of caribou, mammoth, and smaller prey. Though bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts, their abundance of game was in equal measure marked by hazards forgotten by Arctic generations. They had known wolves and bears cloaked in white furs, but now witnessed those breeds competing with the dark, mottled coats of their larger southern cousins. Yeah. Let's see. These guys would be seen as tall by other people, and they could be called Hyperboreans. They could be, because it's a fantasy story, so I can do what the hell I want. I'm not gonna, though. I'm not gonna use a Hyperborean term. I would think because of subsisting off lichen and what little game they can get in the Arctic, they would be a little stunted, if anything. But that could change in the Redlands. Once I can get through this fucking paragraph and get there. Ah. I've been stuck on changes in elevation for like an hour. Alright. I'm liking what I'm writing, though, even though I'm starting to feel like I'm writing an Animal Planet documentary or something. Or like a BBC documentary. Okay. Mountains reached higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the White Snake. Maybe I should just combine these two into one, changes in elevation / temperature, and that'll help me get through it. Banu. I could just say sights and sounds, but that's really unspecific. Hold on. New sights and sounds. Replaced. White earth, black sky, and howling wind. Greens, far more vibrant than dark pines or pale lichen. Dazzled, widened, bedazzled. Is bedazzled a proper word to use here? It's fun. I kind of want to use it. Bedazzled meaning. Simple past tense of bedazzle. Thank you. Bedazzle. To dazzle. So as to make blind. To please irresistibly enchant. Ooh. Okay. I'm kind of feeling bedazzle. Bedazzled. Narrow. Eyes into wide stupor. Wide stupors. For sounds. Distant owls. Of. It's the source time. Big synonym. I'm writing through streamer debuff right now. Colossal. Ooh. Colossal maybe. Goliath. Goliath might be a good adjective to spin. This way I don't have to say direwolf. I can say Goliath wolf. Goliath. What about Goliath canids? Goliath canids. Distant owls. With Goliath canids competing for territory. Goliath. Synonym? I wanted to use Goliath for all of these, but it wouldn't really fit. Colossi. Goliath canids. Colossi ursid. Championing. What would a bear champion? Distant howls. So too. Stunned. Tribe. Goliath canid packs competing for territory. Period. Colossi ursids championing. Hunts. We got dogs. We got bears. Bars. Cats. Whopper. Whopper as a synonym for Goliath. The Whopper cats. Oh. That would be hilarious. The Whopper. Ogre cats. Oh. I kind of feel ogre cats. It's a little goofy. I kind of like it. Ogre cat. Okay. Were roars of unseen predators. Rattling. Ice and snow. From summits on high. They don't even have to drop them. Name drop the cats. Okay. But I'm gonna... Ogre cat. Lamau. Okay. Mix it up. Get a little too formulaic in this paragraph. That's a good mix-up. The tribe could only... as to nature of unseen horrors. Shouting greetings beyond the southern veils. Get rid of that D. We already have one in the past sentence. Okay. We're not really dealing with changes in elevation temperature yet. So I gotta carry that to another one. That's really just another continuation of the animals. This goddamn Animal Planet documentary I'm writing. Trepidation. Collective trepidation soon waned. Melted in the face of no longer painful to the lung people. Taller, ran faster. And spoke aloud rather than in tight huddles or the tribe's hand gestures. Like maybe this tribe, being in the Arctic for so many generations, would adapt their culture to start using sign language more, so they wouldn't have to suck in literally freezing air to talk, and instead could use sign language to talk. That might be a fun thing. Traditional signs. Let's see. Let me read back this paragraph, the last one I wrote. Mountains reached higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the White Snake. New sights and sound replaced white earth, black sky, and howling wind. Greens are more vibrant than dark pines or pale lichen, bedazzled narrow eyes into wide stupors. Distant howls, so too stunned the tribe. Goliath, canid packs competing for territory. Colossi ursids championing hunts. Amidst trees, championing hunts. And horned mammoths crashing through. Fragile pines. Okay. Get some smell in there. Colossi ursids towering amidst. Amidst? I like amidst. Amidst sounds fancy. Towering amidst trees, championing hunts. Musky, horned mammoths crashing through fragile pines. The worst were roars of unseen predators rattling ice and snow from summits on high. Howling roars. Thundering, comma, howling roars of unseen predators rattling ice and snow from summits on high. Should there be a hyphen there? On high? Maybe. Hunters of the tribe can only guess as to the nature of those unseen horrors, shouting greetings from beyond the southern vales. Okay, fine, no hyphen. Okay. Collective trepidation soon waned and melted in the face of thicker air. No longer painful to feel the lungs. We have two lungs. People stood taller, ran faster, and spoke aloud, rather than in tight huddles with the tribe's traditional hand signs. Bravery waned? No, waxed. Wax means you add. Waxed. The foolhardy. And elderly. And infirm. And less of a I want to say walking burden. To the whole. Their ills and injuries. Yielding to good health. Because it is easier to heal in an oxygenated environment, turns out. Okay. Bravest was... Where's his name? Where's his name variable? Son 001. I need a different word for bravest. Bravest. Audacious? Maybe. Let me write some down. Audacious. Confident. Courageous. Courageous. Daring, dashing. Fearless. Too on the nose. Gallant, too fancy. Gutsy, too base. Heroic. Spunky. Stout makes him sound like a dwarf. Let's see. Dauntless. Maybe too fancy. Doty makes him sound fat. Indomitable. That's fun to say. Indomitable. Intrepid. Lion-hearted. Would they even know what a lion is? I think I have enough one. Bravest was, audacious was, courageous was, dauntless was, indomitable was, intrepid was. Dauntless became. Dauntless became. Let me double check specifically what dauntless means. You always gotta double check. Incapable of being intimidated or discouraged, fearless. Okay, that's pretty good. You always want to double check your specific terms when writing. You never know when you'll stumble over something that has an actual specific meaning that completely undermines you. Let's see. Dauntless became... As he... became the first to adopt skins and ornaments of skin and ornaments hewn from the slain carcass of a... I'm thinking of the giant, like, house-sized bears that were in North America at the end of the Ice Age. I gotta find out what they were called, so I know what they, in theory, looked like. Like, were they brown or black? I mean, it's kind of impossible to know, but... North America... I should ask Grok, that'd be faster. Grok! You're so helpful when writing now. What was the name of America's megafauna bears during the last Ice Age? Short-faced bear. Those are the ones that Joe Rogan are obsessed with. Standing up to 12 feet tall. Jesus Christ. And weighing up to 2,000 pounds. Oh my god. That thing could just run into a house and just run through it. Holy shit. Wait, how much does a semi-truck weigh? How much does the average semi-truck weigh? Between 10,000 and 25,000. Okay, so it's not semi-truck heavy, but maybe a tiny semi-truck. I think I'll give this short-faced bear that. It's as heavy as a small semi-truck. Had distinctive short snout and long limbs, suggesting it was a fast runner. Oh my god, that makes it worse. Likely scavenging or preying on large herbivores like bison or mammoths. Also, the lesser short-faced bear, or the Florida spectacle bear. I've never heard of a spectacle bear before. Huh. Grok, is it known what color short-faced bears wore? Not known. However, scientists can guess. Yeah, earth tones, I figured. So, yeah, brown, reddish brown, or grayish. So, probably not black. Alright. Alright. Dauntless became Who's-Its as he became the first to adopt the skin and ornaments hewn from a bear. A burr. What was the name of it? I'll just say Colossid. Colossid is a fun way to put it. Of a Colossid. Height of 3 men. His people followed suit. Abandoning heavy furs. Heavy white furs. Peace. Favor of which he slew. Dispossessed of aid. We're talking a little old school British and backwards here, aren't we? As people followed suit, abandoning their heavy white furs of the Arctic beasts in favor of no worries, Gran. Have a great night. I'll probably end within an hour here, because I've been streaming for a while now. I'm trying to get to the end of this part. But I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed this. To expose skin to sun and wind. Alright, let me just add that. Colossid is now an official term. Yeah, interesting. This might become a regular weekend stream. Probably on Saturdays, so I don't throw out my voice, because I have singing lessons on Mondays, so I wouldn't want to do this on Sundays. But if I don't have a big collab or anything else to do on Saturday, I'll probably start doing this, because this is fun. Dispossessed. Yeah. We kind of got changes in people wrapped up into this as well. Let's see, we got the Redlands entrance coming. Anything on their journey south before they get out of this pass? We got leaving the Arctic. We got changes with the sun cycle, because in the Arctic you'd only had one sun rise and set a year. And now they're getting multiple as they travel south. They got changes in the environment with both flora and fauna. People adapting and acclimating. The tribe's people growing stronger and healthier as well. And seeming to flourish. Yet, whenever the rich hunt was feasted, and spirits crested. Another roar thundered from the south and shook rocks of mountains, ice of glaciers, and spirits of man replace spirits with courage crested. Alright, so we got the roars. The big cats coming. Don't have anything about birds. I know there's a specific kind of bird coming in the Redlands. Nah, I'll leave it for the Redlands. Or at the Redlands entrance. Or should I just leave it there? Because I feel like this is kind of a strong ender. It's a short part. But I think that's okay. I can have all the Redlands be in part 3. I think I'll leave that as... That'll be the ender for this. Yeah, that's a good end for the second part, and what'll be a 3-part chapter. Because we're building up to it. Because part 1 is establishing everything and setting the trajectory. Building up certainty at the end of part 1. Part 2's arc starts off with a little uncertainty as things change and new challenges are met, but the tribe rapidly begins to embolden. But there's punctuations of something. I don't know about if I would say better than them, but something threatening coming that they're hitting to. Yeah, I think that's a good way to end part 2. I think I'll actually end this here for tonight. And I think I'm gonna sleep on this, get some inspiration for names, so I don't have to say Sun 001. And I think if my voice can take it, because I'm starting to feel a little hoarse after talking through this for so many hours. But I want to continue this tomorrow because I don't have singing class on Monday. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to end this here, sleep on this, get some more inspiration, because I'm also starting to run dry. So, okay. Oh, convenient. YouTube paused my music just in time. Actually, wait, let me bring that back. I want to read through this one last time for tonight. Shit. I closed it. One tab. Here we go. Come on, load it. Okay, we're gonna go through all of this from the beginning. So, Chapter 1, Part 1. Embers flared from the furnace, crackling from the root of the fire and sparking out of the gentle smoke. 2 crucibles lay on the stone hearth, long dead. Tools, archaic implements of long-forgotten artifice, already put to rest in silken bundles. The dying light of the fire bounded off filament spools, casting silver and golden bands across pale lichen, lavender stone, and encroaching blue tendrils of ice. Battling its way into the cavern, Arctic gills puffed lungfuls of snowdrift and frosty needles against the guttering haze. He turned his father's skull, crown over chin and haggard palms, fingering along the newly finished scrimshaw. Skulls surrounded him, gilded in finer work than his, judgment cast from bejeweled sockets, given sparks of unlife from the gasping fireplace. Finished, but unsatisfied with his work, he held aloft his father's skull in presentation to their ancestors. He learned as much as he could, but the ice and snow marry more generations of knowledge and skill with every setting sun. A dozen skulls, each resting with a nest of embroidery from which they were unpackaged. For the eldest half-dozen ancestors, they witnessed more than one sunset a year. Then the skull of the 6th generation in royal exile, with its scrimshaw inlaid by the 7th, written in royal lexicograph, tarnished silver written in royal lexicograph, tarnished lines of silver and gold trace out the beginnings of an Arctic escape. The first skulls were ever vague, denying elucidation on the cause of flight. Since the 7th generation skull, scrimshawed by the 8th, the quality of work has declined to the present, to his father's skull, joining their ancestors. Father met grandfather, the consequences of generations of gilded lexicograph laid bare in the 13th generation's ossified grimace. His father now witnessed his plans and finality, etched into his predecessor's skull, constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures. The man's father made intentions for the people into premeditated fate with every chisel mark of Scrimshaw. As with every skull, the capstone of the magic, the injection of mankind's indomitable spirit into a predetermined fate, is punctuated on the skull's forehead by a fingerprint sealed by precious metal. Since the 7th, the nomadic tribe had been wandering eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars and constellations carved into the 6th skull. Ever to the east, through barren lands, risen from the black northern sea. Where the fuck was I? There we are. Onto glaciers girded by mountains, into sparse taiga valleys, which yawned agape to tundra. Father continued this nomadic legacy, east, until a far eastern sea and verdant lands, the lands promised by the first skull. The black waters of the open ocean, littered with white bergs and sheets, were frequent sights in the current man's youth, once he was old enough to join the tribe's hunts. Several sunsets ago, several years ago, as the man's father began to teach him their only surviving script, the royal lexicograph, the shores turned south. Tall peaks crested the horizon since, glaciers winking from distant passes, drawing weathered and sharp eyes south. Father decried any possible southern venture, off striking his heir with the first skull to quell oriental naysaying. Yet the east, from the high view of this cave nestled atop a high mount, only promised more mountains, more tundra, more of the twilight Arctic. At present, it was the son's plan that was now impressed onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the gilded scrimshaw he laid into his father's skull, the 13th. He descended the mountain, his ruck crafted of leather and full fur, bulged with generations of skulls. Gale winds, slick ice, and traitorous snow shelves contested the path. Yet, his plan was committed to the future by his gilded fingerprints sealed upon his father's forehead. He would return to the tribe wintering below, sheltered amidst boreal passes above winding glacial flows. Back to the tribe he now led with his southerly disposition. Part 2. The pass widened to gravel shores that bracketed the interminable glacial flow. This white snake became the tribe's new southern orient, abandoning the constellations. It writhed along a gradient which, step by step, descended until mountains and cliffs of ice rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of Arctic gales. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice, spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of the southern pass, clear to the horizon. The inhospitable ice fields were only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Ancestral arcane wisdom, with their plans forged into destiny, no longer held weight with their eastern hope abandoned. The sun, which had only set once a year for over 6 generations, now listed in an awkward spiral for the peaks of the southern horizon. Confusion and panic gripped the tribe as the sun rose after only a few months of night, decrying the southern departure as a curse. The terror lasted until he drew upon the first dozen skulls of his forebears. The scrimshaw revealed how the sun once rose in the east and set in the west, and there were hundreds of days and nights in a year. Dim, monochromatic valleys became greener, with meager moss and lichen for stews growing into patches of hardy grasses grazed upon by herds of caribou, mammoth, and smaller prey. Though bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts, their abundance of game was in equal measure marked by hazards forgotten by Arctic generations. They had known wolves and bears cloaked in white furs, but now witnessed those breeds competing with the dark, mottled coats of their larger, southern cousins. Mountains reached higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the white snake. New sights and sounds replaced white earth, black sky, and howling wind. Greens, far more vibrant than dark pines or pale lichen, bedazzled narrow eyes into wide stupors. Distant howls so too stunned the tribe. Goliath-caned packs competing for territory. Colossi ursids towering amidst trees, championing hunts. Musky, horned mammoths crashing through fragile pines. The worst were thundering, howling roars of unseen predators rattling ice and snow from summits on high. Hunters of the tribe could only guess as to the nature of those unseen horrors, shouting greeting from beyond the southern vales. Collective trepidation soon waned and melted in the face of thicker air. No longer painful to fill the lungs, people stood taller, ran faster, and spoke aloud, rather than in tight huddles or the tribe's traditional hand signs. Bravery waxed amongst the foolhardy as the elderly and infirm became less burdensome to the whole, their ills and injuries yielding to good health. Dauntless became him, as he became the first to adopt the skins and ornaments hewn from a colossus possessing the height of 3 men, which he encountered and slew, dispossessed of aid. His people followed suit, abandoning their heavy white furs of the Arctic beasts in favor of lighter pelts, daring to expose skin to sun and wind. Yet, whenever a rich hunt was feasted and courage crested, another roar thundered from the south, and shook rocks of mountains, ice of glaciers, and spirits of man. That's what we got so far. I'm enjoying this. I'm looking forward to where we go, hopefully tomorrow. Let's see. While you don't want obvious magic, the tribe Firekeeper being able to have strange abilities related to fire spirits could be an interesting degradation of a court mage. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't thought that far into it. I'm kind of keeping it fast and loose, just sticking with some basic guidelines here. Sword and sorcery coded, and plausible deniability on if magic and gods are real or not. But that's what we got so far. I'm pretty happy with this. Thanks for the help, for you guys out. Stay in the chat, talk me through this. I really enjoyed this. I figured I'll enjoy this. I always enjoy writing when I finally sit down and make myself do it. But that's gonna be it for tonight. So if you haven't already, like, comment, subscribe, and share. Either on YouTube, Kick, or Twitch, wherever you happen to be watching this. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Every little bit helps. But that's gonna be it for tonight. If I stream tomorrow, probably in the evening again. If I stream, we'll see how my voice is feeling. I might just write on this off stream as well. I don't know. Anyways, I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your weekend. I will see the Fang Gang next time. Hope you all have... I already said that. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Anyways, take care, everyone. See you next time.